This is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Viksorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. This is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the lift each other up and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change, Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. This is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. I will now call to order the Dana Point City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Councilmember Lewis, are you online? Councilmember Lewis, are you available? Okay, how about Councilmember Miller?
Here.
Councilmember Wyatt?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I know Mr. Mayor's here. May I try to see if Councilmember Deborah Lewis is still online?
Certainly, and perhaps if you're on mute, please remember to take your phone off mute.
No, I'm not on mute. I had earphones. Maybe they're not working. I have you on speaker now. Let me try the earphones again. Hang on. Those aren't working. I will have you on speaker. I'll try another set of headphones here.
Okay, well, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have you on speaker.
Okay.
Well, when we go to close, I will go upstairs and get another set of headphones.
All right, Councilmember Lewis, we can hear you now. And if you do have a mute button, you may want to use it while we are going forward,
Okay.
even if you're on speakerphone. Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a need for a closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Before we start with the items that are on the agenda, we have a need to add an item. It's an issue that came up after the agenda was posted that needs our immediate attention. It's a matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. It is the matter of the City of Huntington Beach, the City of Dana Point et al. Versus Newsom, Orange County Superior Court, case number 3020039512-CU-MC-CJC. So in order to add that, we would need a motion and a 4/5 vote.
Okay, well, I will move to add the item to the agenda. Is there a second?
Second. Federico.
I believe that was a second from Councilman Miller was the first one I heard. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm not sure. Is there any discussion on this item? I'll go around and ask everyone. Councilman Wyatt,
No discussion.
Councilmember Lewis,
No.
Councilman Miller,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
No.
Okay. I have no discussion either. So with that, I'll call for the vote, and all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously.
Okay, so we'll be adding that to the agenda as item D. In addition, we have the stated items. The first is threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with City Attorney, Director of Emergency Services, and Director of General Services regarding COVID-19. Next, we have conference with legal counsel regarding the initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9C. We have one case to discuss. And then lastly, we have conference with legal counsel to discuss litigation strategy review, including the potential discussion of the following existing litigation cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There are 7 total cases. The first is City of Dana Point versus Southern California Recovery Center et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 3020180101275. Next is City of Dana Point versus Donna's House et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 3020180101163. Next is City of Dana Point versus Changes of Recovery et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 302019010598862. Next is City of Dana Point versus Wings of Hope et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 302019010597992. Next is City of Dana Point versus the Sunshine Group, also known as the Seaside Inn, Orange County Superior Court, case number 3020170091590. Next is City of Dana Point versus New Method Wellness et al., Orange County Superior Court, case number 302017009041169. And last is Concerned Residents of Dana Point versus City of Dana Point, Orange County Superior Court, case number 2019-01117892-CUTT-CXC. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. With that, we will recess to closed session until 6 p.m. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, We look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard. Gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails. Our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Welcome to the Dana Point City Council meeting of May 5th, 2020. We will now reconvene our meeting. We'll start tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise. Face the colors. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
One nation,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty and
indivisible,
justice for all.
liberty, justice for all.
There's no invocation this evening. Please be seated. There are also no presentations or proclamations. Brings us to the reading of ordinance titles. At this time, the city clerk will read the title of any ordinance listed on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any ordinance titles to read?
I do not have any ordinance titles. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and all will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, the public, or staff request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Madam Clerk, do we have any items to be removed by the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, do we have any items to be removed by staff?
No, sir.
And I'll go around council if there are any items to be removed. Councilman Wyatt,
No items be removed.
Councilmember Lewis,
No.
Councilman Miller,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
No.
Thank you very much. I will move the recommended actions on the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilman Miller, I believe. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to the public comments portion of the agenda. There will be a 3-minute time limit per person, an overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. At my discretion, the balance of public comments will be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. And as we've been doing for the last several meetings, public comments will be read into the record by our city clerk. And if you have a public comment, the address to email to is comment@danapoint.org, comment@danapoint.org. We have some feedback. Thank you very much. All comments are to be directed to the city council and shall not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on a specific item unless it appears on the posted agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments to read for the record?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I have quite a few of them. So
Thank you. Would you please read those comments into the record?
thank you. There may be a few fairly long ones, and so I might get beeped if they're past 3 minutes.
Okay, and just to explain to people watching, the time limit for public comments as it is in person is 3 minutes. And so if we approach 3 minutes, you will hear the 30-second timer, and then the 3-minute timer will go off and the public comment will finish being read there. However, the written record will be provided to us and entered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first one is from Denise Marie Bettercourt. And she starts by saying, the essence of corruption is taking a small amount of money from a large group of people, then giving a large amount of money to a small group of insiders. That is what many believe is going on at the TCA, the toll roads, a run-amok government agency. The Transportation Corridor Agencies, TCA, have been a bad deal for taxpayers almost from inception. Formed as a joint power agreement in Orange County in 1986, TCA was to plan, finance, construct, and operate the toll roads, pay off its debt, and finally return free highways to taxpayers. In 1998, TCA commenced full operation with combined construction debt of $2.9 billion, maturing in 2033, in parens, San Joaquin Hills TCA, and 2040 for Foothill Eastern TCA. Total debt service would have been approximately $5.8 billion over the life of the bonds. Low driver usage caused TCA revenue projections to be overstated, and thus debt service obligations could not be met. This income shortfall necessitated repeated refinancing and increasing reliance on capital appreciation bonds. These bonds allow current interest to be deferred and added to principal so that debt grows instead of diminishing. 20 years later, June 30th, 2018, TCA debt has ballooned to $4.7 billion, even after 2 decades of principal and interest payments on the original $2.9 billion debt. TCA will pay another $6.9 billion in interest to mature that debt, making projected principal and interest payments of $11.6 billion through 2053. This debt will mature 13 to 17 years later than expected. 2050 for San Joaquin Hills TCA and 2053 for Foothill Eastern TCA. Local taxpayers will have paid for the original roads at least 5 times. Combined toll revenue in 2018 was $380 million and developer fees were $32 million. Residents will be paying increasing tolls and developers will be paying increasing impact fees through 2053 for another 13 to 17 years longer than the original plan. On top of that debt service load, there are growing annual operating costs of TCA bureaucracy. That's the first one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's the first one. The second one is from Samuel Goldstein, and he starts by saying, make the 73 toll road a freeway sooner, not later. Consider using the 73 right-of-way for new transportation alternatives. Find more creative solutions for lessening congestion and increasing mobility. Number 1. The original idea and promise of the 73 involved a 2-part public benefit. First, this privately financed and user-funded toll road would become a freeway in 30 years. Second, the other roads, meanwhile, would be less congested, as drivers willing to pay to save time would use the 73. Number 2, it has been 33 years since the 73 was built. For $2.3 billion, over 400% over the initial TCA claim that the project would only cost $858 million. But it will be another 33 years until 2053 before the debt, now growing in the wrong direction, is paid off and the toll roads are lifted and the tolls are lifted. The motoring public should not have to wait so long, more than twice as long as processed. Something must be done. Number 3, the tolls on the 73 have reached levels that commuters find prohibitive. Congestion has increased on the 5, the 405, and especially PCH way in the South County cities along the San Joaquin corridor, yet the 73 toll road remains unclogged virtually 24/7. Making better use of the 73's surplus capacity and also better use of its generous right-of-way can lessen congestion and increase mobility in South County. There is room for rapid bus and carpool lanes, also possibly emerging technologies such as Elon Musk's Hyperloop. Number 5, the rub is the debt. The 73 bondholders. County leaders should pursue creative solutions. It starts with intention. Intention to end this inequity and inefficiency. The 73 is open, often empty, not free, yet it's most of the motoring public that pays the real price in lost time and productivity. Number 6, the TCA has been creeping outside of their mission for the last 5 years, trying to add toll lanes on freeways and fund roads for private developers. This is the wrong path for this agency that has 30 years of financial failure. It is time. Thank you. The next one is from Michelle Schumacher. And she starts out by saying, as council members, how do you feel about the following activity of the TCA, the toll roads, a joint powers agreement in Orange County? It is imperative that cities stop allowing this to continue. Do you support TCA spending $35,000 for one dinner? Do you think $5,000 for a golf game is acceptable expenditure? If so, how often? Why is the TCA funding and funneling so much money to local nonprofits run by the same few people that are involved in electioneering in Orange County? If the TCA expects Orange County residents to afford the ever-increasing tolls, now set to automatically increase 2% annually, why do they regularly approve multi-million-dollar contracts with vendors outside of our state? Would it not be better to keep this money in California? At least this way, residents could afford to drive them. The CEO just retired, but was making more than the President of the United States and adding to California pension problems. OC residents' average pay is $86,000 a year. How is this extraordinarily high compensation responsible for a government agency employee that manages less than 90 people? That's the end of that one. Okay. I apologize. I think this is a continuance of this last one. I will begin again. The TCA is not responding to public records requests. What do you have to hide? Do you think it is okay to expense a $50 sea bass, a fillet, appetizers, and dessert, and fail to list who the second person was on the expense report? TCA's ad hoc committees are making policies and taking action without the board approval. Why is the army of lobbyists and consultants, the TCA employees, allowed to attend the ad hoc meetings, yet the public not welcome? Why is the TCA new CEO, the president of another organization that the TCA reimburses him personally for his international airfare, lodging, meals, to be on another organization's board? Did you know that the TCA is taking debt off the books with the bond refinance / remarketing to look better for the rating agencies and putting this debt in escrow accounts? This is the same shady thing Enron did. Do you think $4.7 billion, which the TCA owes today, is an acceptable debt balance? Did you know that once the debt is actually paid, it will cost $11 billion? Are you comfortable with this debt level? Did you know the TCA was paying a consultant $185 an hour to read the news? Sorry. Thank you. All right. Our next public comment is from Pam Aller. Her subject is concern for Dana Point residents. With the warmer weather, it appears that because surrounding cities have closed their beaches, Dana Point is now the place to be. Doheny Beach is packed. Santa Clara is a parking lot for those going to the beach, or Heritage Park carrying tables and chairs. The park trash cans are overflowing. Surfers have actually showered in our front yard on more than one occasion. The grocery stores are full of non-residents who pose an extra social distancing hazard as they are unfamiliar with the store and can't find anything. The residents need to be protected. Please close the beaches and return our neighborhood to the residents who actually live here. This is out of control, and the longer the state stays stays closed, the more people we can expect. We deserve better. Just so you know, this came in on April 24th. The next public comment is from Craig Alexander. Dear members of the City Council, it is time to reopen Dana Point. Its business and rescind the stay-at-home orders. When this began in late March, there were very good reasons and some really terrible predictions of widespread infection and death for residents of Dana Point, the County of Orange, and the state of California. The decisions you made then were proper, given the information you had at the time. Thankfully, the actual results in numbers of infections and deaths from COVID-19 virus are far, far smaller than first predicted. Less than deaths from the regular flu and far, far less from other causes like automobile accidents. As I write you this letter, we are still on stay-at-home orders. Parking on streets nearby the harbor have temporary no parking signs on them, and many, many Dana Point businesses are closed or curtailed in their operations. This is causing numerous problems, most accurately, the loss of our liberties under the California and US Constitution and our economy. This cure of close/curtail businesses and stay-at-home orders is now worse than the COVID-19 cold. In other words, given the actual numbers of infected persons/deaths from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is not worth the harm to our community from the economic losses. If these lockdowns continue, there will be many more losses from citizens slipping into poverty than from the virus. This will result in business and personal bankruptcies and ultimately municipal bankruptcies. People are losing their homes, renters and owners both, adding to the homeless crisis. While this sounds alarmist to some, with the numbers of unemployed persons skyrocketing and the actual loss in tax/fee revenue to the city, it is obvious to anyone who is awake. We are all adults. We should be allowed to be free and make our own choices. If a retailer/service person wishes to be open, I wish to go and give that person/entity my business, we should be allowed to be adults and free citizens to make those choices. If a person decides due to COVID-19 to keep their business closed or to not go to businesses that are open, that should be their right as well. I urge you to allow Dana Point businesses to reopen if they wish and allow citizens to frequent those open places as they choose. Many persons will make the choice to give local businesses their patronage, many still using social distancing. I know you don't control the Dana Point Harbor, but you do. Thank you. All right, the next public comment is from Patrick Brennan. And subject is beach closure. Please do not close our beaches. And this was dated April 30th. Doctors have told us exercise and fresh oxygen are the best things we can do for our health and immune system. Most Dana residents have small yards with parks closed. We have limited access to outdoor activity. I have been at the beach several times in Salt Creek in the last 2 weeks, and everyone practices ample social distancing. I'm not seeing what the governor is describing. Parent, homeowner, and a resident of Dana Point. Next public comment, this is dated May 1st. Beach closure, question mark, from Teresa Jackson. First, I applaud the city's decision to participate in litigation seeking a temporary restraining order against the governor regarding his order to close all California beaches. I am, however, disappointed I had to get the update on the city's emergency council meeting from a news source and not on the city's website or on Facebook page. And I am still unclear what the interim decision is. Are the beaches closed? I am a law-abiding citizen and will comply with whatever the decision is, but this situation is getting out of hand. Where has the common sense gone? The facts speak for themselves. Orange County, and more specifically Dana Point, have the lowest per capita COVID-19 related deaths. We need to be able to walk on our beaches, partaking the fresh air, not only for the valuable exercise, but also for sanity's sake. Please update the Facebook page and make the instructions clear. Respectfully, Teresa. The next public comment is from Kim Lee Valdivia. Greetings. I support reopen of City of Dana Point and Orange County as a whole. Please do not have our rights taken away. And she's a resident of Dana Point. The next public comment is from Carol and Jim Kelly. Mayor Vixoric, why is the City of Dana Point joining the Balboa Bay Club of Newport Beach, Pacific City Investments, Lido House LLC, and the City of Huntington Beach in a temporary restraining order against Governor Newsom's executive order to close the beaches? I understand there's a new preliminary injunction meeting May 11th, 2020. We should opt out of this meeting. Capistrano, Doheny, Strands, and Salt Creek beaches located in Dana Point are state and county beaches and are controlled by the state and county. Dana Point has no legal authority to impose legal enforcement. Why are we spending money on this suit? How much are our attorney bills for this action? Wouldn't the money be better spent on helping city employees stay on the payroll or setting up a fund for medical supplies and help people out of work? Our legal bills could be $3,000 an hour. Our county is in the midst of the worst pandemic in over 100 years. City leaders should not be politically motivated, but to listen to the scientific community. The governor's decision was based on many people in large groups, not related, hanging out at the beaches without masks or social distancing. The state of California, joining other states, is trying to prevent the spread of COVID-19 on our local beaches. I agree that we need to exercise, but in doing so, we should participate in social distancing until we can get this virus under control, lest we all pay a very high price with our lives. I also feel this item should be discussed and worked out with the governor in a professional way, and to not use lawyers whose billable hours add up. I watched the emergency city council meeting. However, most of the meeting was in closed session. The city attorney made the issue sound like protesters were going to do bodily harm to Dana Point property. He also failed to mention this was a joint suit with the hotel owners and developers. Drop this legal action now and save money. Carol and Jim Kelly, Dana Point residents. The next public comment is from Wayne Yost. My name is Wayne Yost, 38-year resident of Dana Point. This certainly has been a challenging 2 months. I hope all is well with you and your families. Rest assured that if there are veterans who need any type of assistance through these trying times, our VFW has a vast array of services that we can help you with. The following comments are my personal feelings and should not be construed as those of the VFW. Quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Quote, end of quote. Quote again, he has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures, unquote. Quote again, he has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out of their substitute, unquote. He has combined with others to subject to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged but our laws, giving the assent to their acts of pretended legislation, in quotes. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein a arbitrary government and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule these colonies, in quotes. We have warned them from time to time of attempts of their legislature to extend unwarrantable jurisdiction over us, in quotes. If these quotes look familiar, they are excerpts from our Declaration of Independence, adopted 244 years ago on July 4th, 1776, and delivered to King George of England. For the most part, this document, as well as the Bill of Rights and the U.S. Constitution, have governed our lives and have been a shining example for most of the world to follow until March 2020. Something radical happened just a few short months ago. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next public comment is from Hoyen Ip, and the title is Shop Local. Thanks to the city and chamber for the very nice Shop Local video. I look forward to seeing how that program evolves. For now, I have a suggestion. Since the grocery stores are doing exceedingly well, can they give the restaurants a lift? Let's ask the stores if they could set a Shop Local section with food from small restaurants and bakeries. Maybe they could slightly adjust the supply from factories outside the city. It seems everyone agrees a better local economy benefits everyone. For a finishing touch, let's put a sign there. Thank you, from Mayor Vixoric. Let me know how I can help. Thanks, Hoyen. The next public comment is from Jim Seller regarding beaches. I just want you to know, I am opposed to the city doing anything to open the beaches as long as the scientists and doctors say it's not safe. It's not like this is going to be the last good beach weather in Dana Point. People can be patient. Wait until there's no risk. I'd rather be alive than tan and in my coffin. Jim Seller. The next public comment is from Maura McCulley. Good evening, council members. I am a lifelong resident of Capistrano Beach and San Clemente. I have a brief comment. I want to say that I support working with the governor and the state on all aspects of the current plan for our state. I believe the governor has consistently acted with prudence and temperance. I do not support a lawsuit against the state, which seems politically motivated. I was disappointed, to say the least, to learn of that choice. Please consider that the people who call themselves patriots, who march for freedom in defiance of state governance, are but a loud minority who do not represent your sober-minded, mature constituency. Thank you. The next comment is from Julie Bishop. Subject, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for your diligence and support in regards to opening our beaches. As a longtime resident, I have grown up on the beaches here and have much love and respect for the ocean, and I feel privileged to be able to give my children that same opportunity. As a family, we have made sacrifices to allow our children the ability to enjoy what Mother Nature has to offer. My children love the beach. I love watching them surf and boogie board. I do believe the ocean is therapeutic for our souls. Keep up the good work. Much gratitude, Julie Bishop. The next public comment is from Tyler. I don't know his last name. Senior help is the subject. I watch San Diego News in the morning, and all I see is food handouts to seniors and even pet food handouts so seniors won't have to go out. All I see for our area are food collection sites. It would help with social distancing if sidewalks were one way. It should be suggested to residents, for example, southwest/northeast, meaning walk west on south sidewalks and east on north ones, etc. It would keep people off the streets. All right, my next public comment is from Tony Nelson. The COVID-19 epidemic has now claimed 61 lives in Orange County, and 202 people are currently hospitalized. While that may seem like a small number, each of these people have loved ones who are devastated. There will likely be many more. The Orange County death rate represents 2.1% of confirmed cases, unlike the seasonal flu, which kills at a rate of 0.01%, or 0.1%, my apologies. This epidemic is real as its devastating impact on our economy. I was hoping the pandemic would bring out the best in our leaders, that I'd see mature, competent people working with governments at all levels to assuage our fears and get the economy open with reasonable guidelines and effective enforcement. Instead of working on solutions, you have wasted time and our money with a frivolous political lawsuit. We all saw how swiftly beaches were open today when cities simply submitted a plan for active use. Why couldn't you have reached out to the governor and done that last week? Instead, 4 of you voted to score political points working with a Republican organization and 5 outside hotels and businesses to sue a governor who actually has an 83% approval rating for protecting us during this epidemic. Instead of making a simple phone call and negotiating to reopen our beaches, you, along with other Orange County politicians, seem to work to incite protests and encourage risky shoulder-to-shoulder gatherings. It is ironic that Dana Point, whose main beaches are owned by either the state or the county, joined in this lawsuit, while the county did not. When Capo Cares was lobbying to keep the trail open between Capo Beach and Doheny, you stayed silent. No one had the passion for the beach access then. Something for you for help with the beach erosion have similarly been answered with Dana Point owns no beaches, but now you're suddenly so passionate about beach access that you joined a 41-page lawsuit with entities that have nothing to do with Dana Point. It's appalling that unlike San Clemente, which held its discussion in open session, you stayed in closed session where more and more of the people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was my last comment that I have received so far. And let me just check my other emails here. That's all I have at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So with that, I will go ahead and close public comments. and turn now to the council reports portion of the agenda. The city council may discuss, act upon, or seek consensus on matters described under council reports only if they're agendized with a complete written report included, or if an item arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda and the council determines that an emergency exists. Non-agendized items may be presented as informational only. So with that, we'll go around and ask if council members have anything to report. Councilman Wyatt.
I have turned in my list of meetings to the city clerk, and I have nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple comments. First, I'd like to thank everyone for their comments. It's so good to hear from residents. And I hope after we come back and meet in person that we continue this practice with emails and reading them. I know many people might be intimidated coming to council and speaking. When people are asked what is the thing they are most afraid of, public speaking is number one in many surveys. So it's good to hear from people, and I hope, like I said, we continue this process even after we meet in person. Next, my next comment is I'm really glad to hear the public comments about the TCA. Its board consists of various city council members who are supposed to be looking out for our money. Specifically, Dana Point, over the years, has paid over to the TCA over $6 million collected from residents and builders who pay development fees when they improve a property or build a property. The TCA board is made up of a council member from various cities. Those people have a job of watching out for our money and making sure that the TCA is properly managed, that it's taking prudent action, and that it's spending our money and building its roads. Instead, the TCA board over the years has repeatedly approved mismanagement, which in my opinion borders on criminal fraud. I've tried unsuccessfully for 2 years to be Dana Point's representative to the TCA because I wanted to look firsthand and see some of the things that we in the public just aren't seeing. And as one of the people noted, they can't even get PRA requests.
Mr. Mayor, if I can interrupt,
So
I'm
urge
just
the state of
concerned that
California to investigate.
Hang on one second,
and to
Councilmember
abolish
Lewis,
this.
if you would. We have a point of order, I believe.
I'm just concerned that, it's certainly okay to make a brief comment in response to public comments, but, this is starting to feel like something that should be an agendized topic if we're gonna have council members talking about the TCA, which is an organization that you're part of, and it's, something within your subject matter jurisdiction to be addressing.
Okay, but let me
I'm
be
finished.
clear. Hang on one second, Councilmember Lewis. I need to understand why, if the council member wouldn't be able to comment on something that was said in public, if it was made in public comment, or I don't understand the distinction. Is it because TCA, we have members that sit on a TCA board, or why can it not be discussed by the council member?
So this is particularly difficult as I'm sitting here with you in the room and not the rest of the council. So I'm having to make some educated guesses, but Councilmember Miller, and to some degree yourself, are involved in the TCA and might have a different point of view on some of these issues. And the general rule is that when public comment occurs, it's okay for the council members to make, a brief response as appropriate from time to time. But I start getting really concerned about the Brown Act when you go from a brief response to, a several minute long conversation that is, and this is where I'm having to exercise a little bit of judgment, could easily evolve into participation by at least two, if not more, of the other council members in response. And those are the kind of discussions that if we want to have a conversation about the TCA, that's something that we probably ought to agendize.
Okay, but just to push back a little more, is it just because of the TCA, or, that could happen on any topic, I believe. And I think if any council member during comments can make comments, we're not going to take any action on the item. Isn't it permissible to discuss the item, just to have thoughts out there?
No,
Or
you can't discuss items that aren't on your agenda. And the danger is when you're commenting back to members of the public who made public comment, there is not a lot of guidance in the law between what is a brief response to public comments and where you start to cross the line and get into something that is more of a council discussion. And look, I work for you guys. It's not my job to, shut down council members who want to speak on the one hand, but it is my job to make sure that, any of you don't individually start getting a little bit too far past the okay area into the gray area and then passed into the no longer even gray area. And I was just feeling concerned that we were getting close to that. The good news is that Councilmember Lewis indicated that she was done with her comments, so I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, okay. Is that Councilmember Lewis, or are you finished with your comments?
Yes, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Mayor, for bringing it up and pushing back, because that was my concern too, is I understood we could make comments. I'm not asking for anybody to discuss anything. I'm not asking for any action. I'm simply taking the time that is set aside on the agenda for me to make comments on, what I feel that is an issue that I can't take any action on, but I've made my public comments. So I'm still not really clear on what can and can't be done with this Brown Act, but I will respect that the attorney has made his opinion, and yes, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your comments. We'll continue going around the horn. Councilman Miller, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with saying that I've turned in my list of meetings. I don't know if the city clerk saw those, but I emailed them in between closed and public sessions. So the other thing I'd like to talk about is I want to commend the courage of this council last week to stand up for the lack of leadership we've actually seen here locally and at the state level. When you have our county legislators allowing the state to walk in and basically discriminate against Orange County, it's the local leaders' responsibility to stand up for our residents. And I think you could hear, and through a lot of the emails that we saw, there was a resounding support for what position we took to challenge Governor Newsom on his executive order to shut down only Orange County beaches. Quite frankly, if you would have done that statewide,
So if I can interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hang on a second, Councilman Miller. I'm sorry, 1 second. We have another point of order from our city attorney.
So again, I don't want you guys to feel like I'm, somehow the Brown Act police all of a sudden. But again, this topic happens to be on our agenda this evening. And I think it would be more appropriate for the comments that Councilmember Miller is making right now, if he could hold them until we get to item 8 on our agenda, because I feel like they fit squarely within that.
Okay, again, understood. I'll
okay.
have another.
I can do that.
Hang on one second, Councilman Miller. I want to continue to ask the question. As in the TCA, which is an issue of public interest, obviously, or any other issue of public interest, whatever the topic might be. And I'll say in this sense, I am wondering myself, during council comments, can council members not comment on items of public interest? And why would either Councilmember Lewis's or Councilman Miller's comments fall outside of what is permissible during council comments?
As I kind of alluded to earlier, there is no black and white rule on this. I'm feeling the need to be a little bit more cautious because of our current circumstances, the way that we're meeting, the way the public is not here, to really try and watch out for the spirit and intent of the Brown Act. The governor's executive order that permits us to meet like this without having the public here physically to really participate had some language at the end of it, which I can't quote off the top of my head, but the gist of that language was that while we have these unusual measures in place, to really bend over backwards to ensure that the idea of transparency in government and the other sort of principles behind the Brown Act are really carried out. And so it's a judgment call on my part. There's a slight distinction between the two issues. Councilmember Miller is talking about something that is, in my opinion, clearly on our agenda. And so the safest course of action is to wait and have those comments in connection with that agenda item. Councilmember Lewis was responding to comments made by members of the public. There is a doctrine, a legal doctrine out there that within the Brown Act that addresses the ability for the council to make, the language is a brief response to comments made by members of the public during public comment. I felt like Councilmember Lewis, I didn't jump up and down immediately, but after a while it started to feel more like engaging in a substantive discussion on that topic, which is something that we could agendize and talk about. I think typically speaking, the idea of council member comments is if Councilmember Wyatt, I'll pick on him, is at a homeless task force meeting, I think is what we call it, and he wants to update the council on what happened, that is an appropriate, we're updating the council on a matter of business that you should know about, but it's not really intended to engage in a discussion. Reporting on meetings that you went to that were paid for by the city, that is a requirement of AB 1234 that you comment on those things. The judgment call that I was trying to make with respect to Councilmember Lewis was that, as I mentioned a moment ago, it started to feel like it was going into an area where it was reasonably foreseeable to me that it would result in debate or an exchange with the other council members who, happen to know are going to have a different point of view, or at least to some degree. And so, I'm just trying to sort of play referee and call balls and strikes here to keep everybody out of trouble and make sure we're following the law without trying to trample on your as council members, First Amendment rights to express yourself too. And it's not always black and white. I'm doing my best under these circumstances here.
Okay. Well, I guess I will say that if you say it's not black and white, it's not black and white in my mind either. Instead of trying to lay down a hard and fast rule as to how far we can go tonight, I guess I would simply request of Councilmember Miller, if you can postpone your comments until they are on the agenda item. I think that will take care of the issue. But of course, I don't have any idea what Mayor Pro Tem Federico is going to say either. And I guess moving forward, we'll have to work out some type of more clear-cut understanding, if there is one. Perhaps, as you said, it's just a judgment call. But right now, I think when a member is responding to a member of the public or commenting on something of public interest, even if one of the other members, certainly if the first member comments on it, that shouldn't mean a later member should not be also allowed to comment on something of public interest. And simply stating an opinion, whether it be on the merits of some particular issue or not, is I would think acceptable. There's no debate going on as to any action to be taken, but rather simply, this is what I think of this particular issue. But I do appreciate the counsel from our city attorney, and I don't think that, well, I will now turn to Councilman Miller and see if you will move your comments to the agendized item.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll hold off to the item. That's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you have any other comments on any other different topics, I don't want to stop you there if you had anything else.
No, I'll hold off.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
No comments. Let's get down to business.
Okay, thank you very much. I also have nothing to report. I will turn in my list of meetings after the meeting, which brings us to the public hearings. There are no public hearings. We have no unfinished business. Moving on to new business. Item 7 is the operating agreement between the City of Dana Point and the Resorts of Dana Point Association Incorporated. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly Renders, our Assistant City Manager, will be providing that report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you recall, last November, the City Council took action to create the Dana Point TBID under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. The city will begin collecting assessments from 11 Dana Point lodging establishments on July 1st. The operating agreement is the next step in the process. The operating agreement provides the details of the transfer of funds from the city to Visit Dana Point to carry out the functions detailed in their 5-year management district plan, which you approved last fall. The only significant change between this agreement and the agreement in place for the existing TBID is that we will be remitting the assessment on a monthly basis rather than a quarterly basis, as is the current case. This was at the request of Visit Dana Point's board and can be accommodated by staff. The Visit Dana Point board has approved this agreement, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close public comments and bring it back to the council. I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay, sounds like we had a second. Did you understand, Madam Clerk, who the second was? Was it Councilman Miller or Councilman Wyatt?
Councilman Wyatt.
Okay, Councilman Wyatt seconded that motion. Okay, we'll go around the horn for any discussion. Councilman Wyatt?
Yeah, I think this is consistent with, where we've been going on this. I didn't see anything that changed from when we authorized this until now, so I support this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis?
Yeah, I have nothing further than that to add.
Thank you. Councilman Miller?
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
Nothing to add.
Okay, very well. I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Not hearing any. That passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 8 is the update of the local emergency by our Director of Emergency Services, which has been created by COVID-19. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been a short 50 days since Dana Point issued its emergency proclamation related to COVID-19. And on that date, Orange County had 22 reported cases of coronavirus. Now, these 50 days later, since proclaiming the emergency, I do have to say, thankfully, the intent of bending the curve it has so far been met, and the county's hospital system has more than met the challenges it had been facing and honestly still faces. In the 2.5 months since the first reported COVID case in Orange County, a total of 2,873 cases have now been diagnosed. This is out of 3.2 million residents, and only 22 reported so far for Dana Point's 34,000 residents. Today, the state approved Dana Point's plan to reopen its Dana Cove Beach to active uses, and the state followed our lead and reopened Doheny today also to active uses. We are working with the county and the state to get the county's beaches reopened. The County Board of Supervisors approved this afternoon, I believe now, submitting a plan to the state. Earlier in this meeting, I was able to take a look at their plan, and it is consistent with our plan. And I expect the county sometime early tomorrow to be submitting their plan to the state, and hopefully we can get Salt Creek, Baby Beach, and Capo Beach reopened with similar conditions for active uses. San Clemente, Laguna Beach, Huntington Beach, and Seal Beach are also reopening. We are monitoring parking and street closures to allow for some beach parking to lessen impacts in our residential neighborhoods, particularly since the large lots at the beaches, the counties and the states, remain closed to control the crowd sizes and to discourage inactive uses at this point. The governor also announced yesterday that the state is moving to phase 2 of the reopening roadmap this coming Friday, pending some specific recommendations from the state, or modifications, I should say, to the stay-at-home order expected 2 days out from now, Thursday. This is to be a gradual move into stage 2, first by opening, quote, lower risk workplaces starting this Friday, May 8th. Stage 2 does include retail with curbside pickup, along with manufacturing and supply chains that support those businesses. Also mentioned by the state is the concept of some delegation of decision-making to the local county health officers in regards to expanding and or contracting phase 2 implementation guidelines based on conditions related to COVID-19 spread. Phase 2 will allow restaurants and other hospitality businesses to also open their doors again with modifications to their operations. At the April 28th County Board of Supervisors meeting, the county did adopt best practices for businesses that they can follow and the public can follow in regards to businesses starting to reopen. The guidelines are designed to assist the county to transition back to, at some point, a normal state of activity. Our community's efforts to reduce the outbreak of COVID have been successful to date and have kept our reported COVID infection case number low, and we look forward to continued positive news and a further loosening of the state stay-at-home order. The county, some new news, at least over the last couple of weeks here, the county has more than tripled its COVID testing capacity and continues to build out a more robust COVID testing system. As more tests are administered, it's important to recognize that we do expect to see the number of reported COVID cases to increase or climb. It is or even more important to also watch the number of reported COVID cases that are consuming hospital beds. So we need to watch the capacity at the hospitals, and particularly the ICUs and the utilization of ventilators. To date, the county's experience has been a very low occupancy. We didn't see the surge that had been predicted early on. So they do have capacity, but those are the numbers that the health officer will be watching in regards to either further loosening or tightening some of the guidelines put out as far as how we can conduct business and activities. Additional positive news, staff launched a virtual recreation program in the past week or so, and we will continue to assess options to adjust otherwise normal city operations over the coming months, where we're going to be injecting protocols to best protect the public's health. We're making some changes right now to our lobby areas by installing some plexiglass barriers on customer service counters, and also setting up social distancing markings and seating for customers. We're also creating some related protocols for staff to follow as they conduct business with the public. We will be opening City Hall's lobbies soon. All of the city's core functions continue to operate consistent with the guidelines of the federal, state, and county health authorities. Staff continues to publish a community update email 3 times a week with the latest information from all the official sources that we can gather regarding COVID-19 and also the community's response to this pandemic. And As mentioned last week, we've also begun posting some special editions once a week that do focus on particular topics. I encourage anyone interested to go to our website, danapoint.org, to subscribe to our COVID-19 newsletter. The city remains committed to protecting the health and welfare of our residents, and all of our efforts are focused in that regard. As we begin to see the softening of the stay-at-home order, we encourage everybody to be respectful of others, to socially distance, and to wear face coverings. I'm hopeful that working together, there will be a day soon enough where normal is actually normal again. Finally, thank you to all the staff for working their way through these times. Every one of us has been challenged to find different ways to do things, and there's always a different issue every day that we have to figure out how to handle. I do want to give a big shout out, though, however, to our recreation staff, particularly Monique Leone, our recreation supervisor, the Dana Point Surf Club, and the volunteers from Team Rubicon that together managed our successful food drive this past weekend. Their efforts are serving our seniors and also other families and people in need in our community. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that report. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
No, I do not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will close the public comments. This is a receive and file action, so we don't need a motion, but I will go around the horn to make comments or ask questions on the item. So we'll start with Councilman Wyatt.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few comments to feedback as we start to work through, I think, what changing the emergency order to more reflect now, looking ahead. We passed it in the effort to follow guidance and restrict things. And now, as we're looking to ease, we'll have to work through and make sure that we have given direction to our council. Our first test of our ability to do this will come, in the next day, 2 and 3, as we get more visitors to our beach as this weather heats up. We're expecting it to be very hot inland in the next couple of days. So that tends to cause more traffic to the beach. We've worked with others to try to figure out how to do that safely. We obviously are still in a mode where encouraging people to stay home and stay safe as much as possible has to continue to be the message that we deliver over and over. But we can't ignore the fact that we will get visitors to and we'll need to eventually learn how to deal with them. So this is the test of our first time when we're going to get people here. So looking at how we get them in, get them parked, get them to the beach, keep them separated, insist that when they are interacting with others in our stores or food service restaurants, that they wear masks, as we continue to say is important in interaction, so not to spread, and when they're another. So I think that this is a test where can we manage this, and I think that we can, but I think we need to all understand that we're going to learn from it, and we're going to have to adapt to it. So I think how well we do will also help us as we look at moving into the governor's direction. As of Friday, he'll begin to ease the restrictions, and on Thursday give us some more guidance, but direction on how we can start opening some more business back up. And again, his guidance has been to have a plan and then execute the plan. So I think it's definitely up to us now to work with the businesses, make sure that the plan, make sure that that plan meets, what we're looking at is acceptable, and then help make sure that we execute it. And the better we do that, if I followed at least what the governor was saying today, the better we do it, the faster we can progress. So as we start through these, a hospital, the good news is it's a starting point. A hospital capacity at this point is, we have plenty of capacity in case there's a surge. I'm not sure we're at test and trace yet, but we need to get there, and we need to get there yesterday. So let's figure out how we get additional testing that's in place. And then we have done a less than perfect job, certainly, of dealing with, physical distancing, and especially protecting those by insisting on masks when you're entering businesses and restaurants and stuff. As we get more people in town, that's going to become even more important to keep our workers safe and our residents safe. So we're going to just have to, as we say, inform and educate, but do it nicely, but firmly, to make sure that as we get more people in motion in our town, from here and from others, that we do that. So we're going to be, we're going to be under the microscope, I would say, in doing this, and we should be prepared to do it well. I guess that's my comment at this point on where I think we are and what we need to do with this directive. So thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you very much. Council Member Lewis.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so following on Councilman Wyatt's comments, yeah, the truth is, Dana Point doesn't have control over the enforcement on any of these beaches that people are coming to, except for this small little sliver where the tide pool is. Strand, Capo Beach, Doheny, these are not anything that is within our control. It's not anything that the city of Dana Point enforces. So what I'd like us to do is to be concentrating on what we as a city council can do to protect our residents, protect their health and their safety, because that's what I want to do first and foremost. I don't want to go down these political rabbit holes. So I'd like to say whatever we can do as a city to pressure the county is what we need to be doing. And I know I've written letters to Lisa Bartlett. I have written letters to have the supervisors have it read into the record on a couple issues. The opening of the state beaches. Well, I talked to the Laguna Beach City Council person and somebody from San Clemente. They submitted plans to open and manage their beaches last week. And within a couple of days, they got approval from the state to open their beaches, which is why their beaches are now open. And on May 4th, just several days after they submitted their plans, they heard back from the state, and the state said, yeah, go ahead. That's an acceptable plan, and that's what we were waiting for. So where's the plan from the county, and why haven't they been doing that all this time? Why are they still discussing it? Why hasn't it been turned into the state? I'm very distressed that the supervisors have had time to interfere with the county healthcare agency doing its job to keep us safe. And I'm speaking specifically over the weekend when a restaurant in San Clemente opened in violation of the state's order and Orange County's order, because let's make this clear. Orange County's order says that it does not supersede the state's guidelines, and it follows the state guidelines. So this restaurant opened. They started, with, okay, let's keep some distance. But of course, as things happen, very soon thereafterward, it was passed. The healthcare agency went in there promptly. They said, hey, this is a violation, and if you don't stop, we are going to enforce, and we will pull your license, which I personally think is exactly what a healthcare agency should be doing, protecting our health and enforcing the order and the guidelines by the County of Orange. And frankly, if they're not going to enforce and the county doesn't want to enforce, then the county shouldn't pretend that we're going to put guidelines out. I was really shocked that these two supervisors, Steele and Wagner, now this business isn't even in their district, they strong-armed healthcare agency into rescinding any of their enforcement actions against this business that was in violation. What does this say to all of the businesses that have been abiding by this? And you know, we all know how difficult it has been for all these businesses, but they have been doing what is in our best interest. They have been following the guidelines, and now they learn, oh, you know, why was I doing that? And hey, I'll go to these two supervisors and they'll start opening me. Who cares what the guidelines say? So I was very distressed by that, and I think that is completely counterproductive. And second, whatever the city can do and this city council can do, we should be pressuring the county to be out there getting testing for every symptomatic individual, tracing their contacts, and then getting tests for those people, because that is what every healthcare expert around the world has told us we need to do to open. And we all want to do that. We all want to open. We all want to open as fast as possible. So county, why isn't that happening? This is a better use of their time than interfering with the healthcare agency and getting out there and telling people, go ahead and march. This is, you know, you're right. No, this is not what they should be doing. They should be protecting our health, our safety, and getting us open as soon as possible by doing what they need to do. We should be working with the state, with the county. We shouldn't be working against anybody right now. We all need to work together, because this is something that is new to everybody. Nobody knows exactly the best course of action, so we have to rely on expert public health officials, and that is exactly what the state is doing. And I think we owe it to our residents to listen to the healthcare professionals and do what we need to do to open as quickly as possible, but in a safe way. And following on Paul's comments on face covering, I see that the city of San Diego, or the county of San Diego, has just enacted a mandatory face coverings. I would really like us to talk about that as a council, because that is something we can do to protect people's health and safety. I'd like to see us emulate what San Diego County has done. And when you're required to wear the masks is if someone is waiting in line to go inside a store, shopping in a store, picking up food at a restaurant, waiting for or riding on public transportation, riding in a taxi, seeking health care, going into facilities allowed to stay open, and working an essential job that interacts with the public. As we hear time and time again, wearing the mask is not to protect the wearer of the mask, it's to protect other people. So our essential healthcare workers, our nurses, our doctors, our grocery store people, our paramedics, the firefighters, the police, we owe it to them to keep them safe, as well as the residents. So I would like us to discuss, and I would like to, at the end of the discussion, propose that we adopt mandatory face coverings that parallel what the County of San Diego has done. So I will listen to the discussion, and when it's through, I would like to make my motion. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councilman Miller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start over with again, congratulating the courage of this council. I've heard a couple members of our council right now talk about the lack of leadership that we've received from the county, and I don't disagree with that. I think that's why it was imperative for the cities of Dana Point and Huntington Beach to stand up for the rights of their residents. When you have a leader, a state level leader, really taking a look and suspending your right. By the First Amendment guarantees our right to assemble. So make no mistake that a stay-at-home order absolutely violates that right. It's important that we take a look at that. And again, if that would have been done on a state level and said all beaches were closed, that might be a different discussion. But right now, it's a discrimination against the county of Orange. And by the way, we're the only cities required by the state to submit these plans. And I've heard from folks around town, well, why didn't you just work with the state? Well, the state came in off a manipulated photo of a picture in Newport Beach, and it's been determined it was taken with a telephoto lens, and that's why I've made it look so crowded. The overhead photos from the sheriff's or from the Newport Beach police clearly show there was social distancing going on, and that was not an overcrowded beach. But when the state comes in, they could have called us and asked us what was going on, and let's build a plan to make sure it doesn't happen. But they didn't do that. They shut down the beaches, and quite frankly, they had a conference call with the Orange County electeds, which I know Councilmember White was on with me, where they were clearly saying that this was a statewide shutdown, while Governor Newsom's on TV saying it's Orange County only. So that's another reason when you're getting conflicting messages at the exact same time, it's time that you have to stand up. There were other beaches in our county that got shut down. Laguna Beach and San Clemente had already implemented those plans to stay open. It's basically the same plan Ventura County has in San Diego County, but instead of signaling out a couple cities could stay open, they didn't. They said the entire county of Orange has to shut down and provide those. It was clearly a political move on the governor's part. He was not happy with what the supervisors had done. He's not happy with Newport Beach and then their decision to keep the beaches open when he thought they were going to close them. And it's clear by Newport Beach submitted their order last Saturday and they're still not open. We submitted ours yesterday and we're open. And so, for Governor Newsom to take a look at local control, all you have to do is the hypocrisy in what he did is look back when he was the mayor of San Francisco. He ignored Prop 8, which was a same-sex marriage proposition, through civil disobedience. He encouraged it. That's what this is all about, civil disobedience, when we think our elected officials are not protecting our rights. And that's what this was. He was proven right by the Supreme Court of the United States, but that doesn't change the fact that he defied that order right up until that decision was made. So to sit back and say that, what is going on is wrong, I just don't agree with that. I mean, I think that is a civil liberty that we need to take a look at. And by the way, everything that these two cities did actually changed the governor's statement from we're opening those beaches in weeks, we open them in days. And so putting political pressure on our state level officials does work, and sometimes it is necessary. Excuse me. Yeah, I want to hold on here. I had a note, I missed it. Well, that's what it was. I want to actually say thank you to Governor Newsom for taking a look at this and understanding they do not know at the state level what's going on the ground locally in many jurisdictions. Dana Point is absolutely one of them. They would have no idea what's going on down here. And he's starting to soften his approach. He's starting to open up. He's in phase 2 now. He's taking a look at the county and saying that the county supervisors now can take the lead on how they're going to open Orange County, which is fantastic. That's what he should have been doing all the time. So our supervisors have come up with a plan. It's something that we need to take a look at. And going back to Councilmember Lewis's comment, I agree we need to be putting pressure on the county. And I've been talking about it for 4 weeks, that we need to come up with a plan and force the county to decide if they're going to allow that or not. That's how we put pressure on them. You know, writing letters is great. That's fantastic. I don't know what your letters were about that you wanted information on. But if you truly want to put pressure on a county supervisor or a board of supervisors, you make them make a decision. And you do that by submitting a plan on what we're going to do to open. So, you know, in closing on that, on this beach issue, I think what the cities did is a resounding victory for Orange County residents, whether it was just you were only interested in opening the beaches or if you were concerned about your civil liberties being violated. Either way, it's a step in the right direction because Governor Newsom is starting to realize, you know, local control is important. We're not all in the same boat. What's going on in Orange County is not what's going on in LA County or up in Sacramento or in San Francisco. So it is important that we stand up. You know, testing and tracing, I started talking about this 6 weeks ago when this whole thing started. And to say that the healthcare agency has been doing their job and it's the supervisors who put pressure on them, the healthcare agency has absolutely fallen flat and missed the boat on this thing. There have been tests out there for months that they just refuse to look at. There are small labs all over this county that do testing that are not authorized by HCA to do it. I was speaking with one today. They have the machine to run the PRC test, and they can run thousands in a day where UCI can run 30. So if you want to get testing done, they have access to the swabs to do all this. But the only lab in the county that has authorization to do this is either at UCI or Quest. And so we need to open that up. There are other agencies out here that have EUAs. They have the EUA machines that do this. And we need to take a look at that. If you want to get something done, that's how you do it. I couldn't agree more with you know, Council Members White and Lewis about this. I think we are at the point of testing and tracing. We're definitely going to see our numbers go up because we are testing more now. But what you really need to keep an eye on is that mortality number, which is extremely low. It's 0.001% on a mortality number in a county of 3.2 million people. You know, the infection number is interesting, but the reality is most people that are infected, you can even see by the number of hospital beds that are being used, are not going to the hospital. The majority of them are still, they're at home, they're younger, they're going to get through this thing, they're going to quarantine. That's what should be happening. You know, right now, what we've been doing, the data doesn't warrant any longer. I don't disagree at the beginning of this, we should have sheltered in place. You know, my issue was, I think it violates my civil liberties, but you know, we don't know what's going on. It's not a bad idea. Let's take a look at this and let's look at the data. The data just doesn't warrant it any longer. Not in Orange County. Some places it does. And we need to take a look at that. You know, we need to change our plan. Quarantine is for people with compromised immune systems. It's not for the young and the healthy. You don't, when you quarantine, you reduce people's immune system. So we need to be aware of that. That's what herd immunity is all about. And you hear doctors all over this country talking about it. They may not be working for the federal government, but they're ER docs, and these guys are the ones on the front lines, and they really see what's going on and where the problems are. So we need to take a look at, when we create a plan, it's not one size fits all. If we're ever going to get our economy going again, we've got to get it back open and got to do it sooner. A lot of these small businesses are going to be gone forever. I just saw that Watermark restaurant in Laguna Beach, just announced that they are never going to reopen their doors. And so you're starting to see those dominoes fall. This has been going on too long. We have to look at our groups, 65 plus. We know that is an at-risk group. There are issues there. We should have a very clear set of guidelines for what they're doing. Sheltering in place may still make sense for that group, especially if they have a pre-existing condition. 50 to 65, that's a different risk category. You know, 35 to 50, we have them all. We can go through and take a look at the numbers and say, okay, where's the risk here? How much risk are you willing to take? I think anytime you look for the government to try to tell you what is safe and what isn't safe, that's never going to be a good thing. We are adults. This is a country based on freedom. We have the right to evaluate our own acceptable risk levels, and we need to allow people to do some of that. If we keep everybody sheltered in place, you know, we're giving up everything. We're going to change how we effectively live our lives going forward. Because again, once the government takes those liberties, it's like pulling teeth to get them back. So we got to be careful about that. I think that's what all of these civil disobedient rallies are about, that, hey, this is going a little bit too far. We've been here. You're taking us, especially going to the beaches. The UV light has been shown. It kills. It takes its half-life from 9 minutes to like 90 seconds for the virus. So it's doing things that's good for us. We need to take a look at all of this. And quite frankly, I believe, one of the things we should be doing as a city with all of this going on, with the beaches reopening, we should take a look at reopening those parking lots around the beaches. I know that's not a real, it's not a popular position, but if we're going to be down there, just let them park there. Let them do the active use. They can't stick around, so they're not going to be parking there all day. But use the resources that we used last weekend. I mean, the state had guys with AR-15s walking the beach, keeping any clothes. If you used them last week, put them in the parking lots to make sure people are social distancing there and not, pitching tents and having gatherings in the parking lots. But what that does is it keeps those folks out of our neighborhoods. That is the biggest complaint I've heard since this started, is by closing the parking lots at the beaches, it didn't change the number of people going down there, in my opinion. Maybe it did a little bit, but it just forced all that parking into our neighborhoods. And we do have the power to deal with that. So I think we should be working with the state parks and county parks to open up those parking lots again and allow people who want to park, go down and do their jog, their walk, or go surfing or paddling, whatever they want to do. Give them an opportunity to do that. Don't make them park up in the neighborhoods, bring their electric bikes and carry their surfboards down to the beach, because I see that going on quite a bit in the city. So that's really what I have. I just want to again thank this council for taking leadership. It takes people at the local level sometimes to stand up and lead, because we're the ones that really see what's going on the ground and understand better than anybody, either the county or a state level or a federal level for that, what our residents are really looking for in terms of the leadership of their elected. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I get to you, Mayor Pro Tem Federico, it's 7:33, 7:34. I'm going to take a 4-minute health and comfort break. We'll be back at 7:38. We're in recess.
Friends and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again.
All right, 7:38. Good evening. We'll now reconvene our meeting. We are on item 8, discussing item 8, and we will continue the discussion with Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. In our last few meetings, we've given what I felt like was pretty clear guidance to the staff, and I appreciate their following that guidance. Sort of like to reiterate, the next few weeks are going to be very dynamic as the state and the county amend and adapt some of their policies. So we all need to be flexible and patient in dealing with those changes. And for the staff, just like I said, reiterate, I think the council was clear that we want, with whatever is within the city's power, to be able to facilitate safe implementation of these amendments and adaptations with an overarching attitude of educate and encourage people to use best practices. So thank you, staff, for what you've been doing. Happy with the order and facilitating the implementing changes. One thing I would ask you to do, Mr. Killebrew, and thank you, by the way, for that very thorough report. You said very well, I think, what we all are thinking, is make sure that our own emergency order or declaration at no point becomes contradictory with higher level orders as things develop. And as soon as something might become overcome by events or irrelevant, that we address that and amend our own order to adapt. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, so talking about the emergency order that we have, and with the events of today, I know that we're going to be changing that. As you all know, since last Friday, due to the governor's order, our beaches have been closed. Specifically the beach that we own here, and that has to have been closed in the emergency order that we have. We now can reopen that beach. I want to specifically thank our staff, and when I say specifically, I mean our city manager. I know that he worked all weekend. He put a plan together to be submitted to the state so that we could reopen the beaches here in Dana Point. And just so you know, to sort of recap the way this came about, we here in Dana Point were a bit surprised. I think everyone else in Orange County was when the news came out that there was going to be a hard close of only the beaches in Orange County, and we found out about that during a press conference, and that there had been no advance notice given to us. So I think one of the things that we really wanted to work on was improving that line of communication with the state when it comes to decisions that affect us locally. And we do think that they should listen to us and take into account the position of the people here on the ground, specifically as far as we're concerned here in Dana Point. And so that is something I know that the city manager worked on, something that nobody else will know. So I will thank him publicly. Our state representative, Bill Bro, was instrumental in helping to set up the communications that we have with the state. And I want to thank him for doing that. Ultimately, what ended up happening, to make long story short, we were able to finally have communication with the state, discuss what our plan was, and also find out exactly what the state wanted to do. And again, that was something we didn't know when this came down last Friday. But here we are on Tuesday, we're opening our beach. Doheny State Beach is opening. And also, as you may have heard the news, or as our city manager pointed out, the Board of Supervisors may and voted to also submit a plan to the state to work on opening the rest of the beaches here in Dana Point. And that plan is going to be substantially the same to the plan that we submitted. So I want to not only thank the work of our staff and Mr. Killebrew, but I want to thank all the council members who were willing to stand up for Dana Point and make sure that we're heard when it comes to these types of decisions. Because the one thing that is very important in all of this is that we pull together, and that there's going to be disagreements as to what the right thing to do is, but you have to have that conversation. You have to at least talk about it. And that's not something that happened before the order came down last Friday. So I think it's very good news that our beaches are going to be opening according to our plan. And I think it's also very good news that we now have a positive relationship with the state, and we're going to be working on, I'm sure, many other things moving forward. So those are my comments with regard to the item as we stand. I know that Councilmember Lewis had indicated she wants to add something more. So I'll first, before we get to her, we'll go around everyone else in case anyone else has thought of something that they want to add in addition to what they've heard. So I'll start with you, Councilman Wyatt.
Sure. I have a few more comments after listening to this part of the discussion. I do, obviously agree with Councilmember Lewis that, the beaches themselves aren't under our control, but they do, and I agree with her, they bring people into the city of Dana Point, and what we need to make sure of is that we first focus on, making sure that we do what we are capable of doing to keep, our residents and the workers and the people who work in our stores and restaurants safe, meaning that we need the visitors coming in to respect the guidelines for social distancing and face coverings and stuff that we were put in place to keep it down. So I agree with that. But I think along with that, though, when I listen to the governor today talking about, some local areas would move at different pace than other, and then Supervisor Bartlett today in the county Board of Supervisors meeting, when asked about, the county's plan, said, the cities in my area, you know, Laguna Beach, Dana Point, and San Clemente have submitted plans, good plans that have been accepted. The county should recognize that the people who go to those beaches in those jurisdictions don't separate who controls them from where they're at. So as far as the people going there, they're San Clemente or Dana Point or Laguna Beach's beaches, not the county's beaches in those jurisdictions. So let's make the rules consistent with the local jurisdiction. So whatever they are on Capo Beach, you know, and Doheny Beach and San Clemente Beach, they need to be the same roughly. So basically, in all cases, the message there was the local people on the ground know what they're capable of handling. Let them tell us how to phase it in ways that they can manage it. And then as they get comfortable with that, let's figure out, you know, they can open it up more, but let's take their leadership. So I think it's important for us to recognize not just at the beaches, that's the very first thing, but hopefully by the weekend it'll go beyond the beaches to, you know, other businesses in our city and other things. To let's take it upon ourselves as we work with those to try to take some leadership on how to do that safely, right? And it's going to increase concern and angst, as it should. We have 34,000 people who live here. You bring in another, 5 or 10,000 for the weekend. Some of those 5 or 10,000 are definitely going to have the virus. I mean, odds are, need to keep it safe. We need to not spread it. If it does, if somebody does catch it, we need to track and trace. So we need to get that stuff in place and take the leadership, because other areas are saying, I don't know what you have the capability of doing in your local community. These are the lines. This is where we're trying to go. Tell me what you can and can't do, and tell me how fast you're capable of, of rolling out this thing. So we're going to need to do that. So as we discuss through this and change, we can't wait until somebody tells us what to do. We should be back recommending, modifying, and listening back and forth. I think that was where, I think it's where we got crosswise with the governor. I don't know what went wrong in that conference, on that call on Thursday, when he said, we want to work with you to figure out how to do this. And somewhere mid-call, I think a decision had already been made by the governor to bypass it for the weekend and caught the guy we were working with by surprise, probably. But nevertheless, we survived through it. Now we continue to move ahead and try to figure out how to do this and do it very well. So I also think we need to consider, something, Councilmember Miller said about, the parking lots for these. We don't want to recognize that we're pushing parking too far into our residential neighborhoods. And, what happens is, first of all, you put crowded streets in the residential neighborhoods, which, concerns the people who live there for good reason. But it also, the paths from those to the beaches tend up to be few. So what we saw too often was crosswalks that had, 50 people standing out and waiting to get across the street, and they couldn't. So some use of those parking lots in a managed fashion, where we decide, okay, I'm better off to do them here because I got 4 paths from here to the beach, and we can have people go this way. I mean, the comment somebody made in a public about one-way streets. Well, some of the beach access paths may be one-way streets. Anyway, there are things we can do to manage that we should look at all of those, right? And take best use of the facility. I mean, I've contended that if we have people here and we want to social distance them, the beaches are the best space we have. I mean, that's the only open space we have. So let's look at that space, and whether we control it or not, we can help work through the plan and manage it with, in conjunction with the county and the state. I know the state asked for our help in opening today, and they will look for us to some help in, making sure we control it well at Doheny. So that we can basically be creative about how to get people in, park to the beach, and separation so that you don't have to pump them up. And as the other council said, you can encourage and instruct people on how to do things if you're working together with them. Once you get them to antagonistic, then it becomes much more difficult for us to ask them to do certain things. So anyway, I think we have a good chance here to think through how to keep this problem while making the city safe. This is a problem that we're going to dialogue on often, because every time we try to move the opening, a step further, a notch further up to open a little more, we're going to have the same dialogue. Okay, so how do we do it safely? What are the concerns being raised? How do we address them? And so forth. So I think this is the time when we're starting to think through that. We're going to have to think of it well, starting with, what we need from our public health that says, okay, how do we keep everybody as healthy and safe as possible while beginning to open the city back up? So anyway, starting with the beaches and moving through this weekend of some of the restaurants, we will take some creative work. And, I know staff's up to it, but any leadership and guidance we can give them I'm sure will be appreciated. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I have to strongly disagree with most of what Councilmember with most of what was said about this whole, what I consider political theater that we were just involved in, and disagree just so vehemently with what Councilmember Mueller has said. The governor made this very clear from the beginning. He was listening to healthcare professionals and was going to open up this state in a safe manner based on facts and experts, not a bunch of people out in the street screaming, which, by the way, are the vast minority of the people. And the recent polls show about 83% of the people approve of what Governor Newsom is doing. I'm really distressed that we're in the middle of a public health crisis, and we're looking to political people to decide what it is we should and shouldn't do. This is not who we should be listening to. Yes, we all want to open up. I want to open up, and we can, but we need to do it safely. And suing our governor is about the last thing we want to be doing, spending time on, having the state spend its time and our tax money fighting these. So not only did Dana Point get into the suit, and by the way, there were only 2 cities out of all the 34 Orange County cities, Huntington Beach and Dana Point. The rest of the litigants were developers, hotel owners, Newport Beach, Huntington Beach money. But not only that, there was a lawsuit filed at the same time, because it's sequentially numbered with the lawsuit that was filed by Dana Point, by Councilwoman Laura Ferguson of San Clemente, Councilman Joe Mueller, Dana Point, and Councilman Greg Roth of Mission Viejo. At the same time, they're filing as individuals a suit against Gavin Newsom for the same thing. I mean, really. And if you don't think this is political, look at the attorney that filed that suit for them. Harmeet Dillon, HARMEET DHILLON. I urge everybody to Google this person. Republican National Committee woman of the Republican National Committee. She's brought suits to make Berkeley bring Ann Coulter in, because she thought that Ann Coulter should be able to speak there. She has been introduced by Donald Trump and gave a speech at the president's social media. She has sued the state of California because of the stay-at-home orders. This is just steeped in politics. And right now, That is the last thing we all need to be concentrating on is political theater. So let's talk about what we need to do and how we can get this economy going, but how we do it safely. We should not be talking about medical information up here that we know nothing about. This whole UV thing makes me crazy. Right today, it was 104 degrees in Phoenix, and Arizona has had one of its worst days in terms of cases and deaths. Ecuador, sitting on the equator, it has a COVID issue. Look at Iran, my God, they couldn't have been hit harder, and it's hot there. I've done some research. The UV, yes, maybe it does work. Hospitals use it for equipment, but the UV temperature has to be about 138 degrees. So let's not get into dispensing with information that people say, hey, and I hear this all the time, oh, I have to get out in the sun and then it'll go away. Let's just listen to what our healthcare professionals tell us. And you know what else makes me really upset is this is not a personal decision. This is not a personal choice. We all live in one community. When you go out and you make the personal choice to stand shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of people and scream and not wear masks, and then walk through the town and go into our stores and interact with our residents, you are putting our residents at risk. And how about the first responders and the healthcare professionals that you're putting at risk? And all we're doing is asking that people do some common sense things. Put on a mask, stay 6 feet apart. I saw a picture of 2,000 people demonstrating in Israel because they thought their government had gone too far. Every one of them 6 feet apart. We can do these things, but we can do them responsibly. And to be out there urging people to just go out there and, march, First Amendment in the middle of a pandemic, I just can't find anything more irresponsible. So I have to speak to that. I think that, again, let's talk about what we as a city council can do. I think opening up the parking, yes, I agree that people will park in neighborhoods, but opening up the parking, first of all, it's not our parking at the beaches. So once again, it's not within our control. But do we want to make it easier for people to come in to the city during a still stay-at-home order unless you need to get out for certain things? Do we want to make it easier for people to just come here and park and go to our beaches? Laguna Beach is only opening their beach from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And I talked to one of the Laguna Beach Council people. They're having the lifeguards there. They are making sure that it's their residents. And so all that's going to happen is if it's real easy for people to park and come to Dana Point, well, that's where they're going to park. And I'm very concerned until we get the testing, we open up safely, that we just start opening the doors and telling people, yeah, come here, park, go to the beach. Don't worry about wearing a mask. Don't worry about 6 feet space. This is your personal choice. This is your liberty. It's not. This is a community. This is our community. And it's up to this council to protect this community. And I take that extremely seriously. And I don't care who I offend who doesn't live here. For me, the first priority that I take seriously is to protect the health and the well-being of the residents of this community. So I don't know when I should make my motion, Mr. Mayor, let me know, but I do want to make a motion to make masks mandatory.
Well, you have the floor, Councilmember Lewis. You can make a motion.
Okay, well then I make a motion that we parallel, because I looked at the San Diego County ordinance or whatever it's called. I liked it very much. I thought it made a lot of sense. The county has ordered people who work in our businesses to wear masks to protect us. Well, we owe them that same duty. We should be able to put on a mask when we go in the store and protect them, or when we're waiting in line, stay 6 feet apart and wear a mask. I saw people at Home Depot waiting in line doing that. Nobody was upset. There wasn't, rebellion there. I see it at Costco all the time. We can put on a mask. We can put on a mask when we're picking up food. I went to Nectar. I put on my mask. They took my order right there at the door. They handed me the food. When we're riding in a taxi or other ride service vehicle, when we are on public transportation, and when we're going into facilities that are allowed to stay open. So I would make the motion that we mirror the mandatory face covering ordinance of the County of San Diego. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to mirror the San Diego County ordinance requiring the wearing of masks. Is there a second? Not hearing a second, that motion dies.
I'm sorry. I tried to second it, Councilmember Mayor Victoric. This is Councilmember Wyatt. I tried to second it. I totally agree that it is the least we can do, and I do not think that we will do a good job of getting through phase 2 and getting businesses open if we can't put requirements like this in place. I think this is a very responsible thing to do. It's not just about our beaches. We're going to need this for all of our phase 2 and phase 3 reopening. So I support Council Member Lewis's motion wholeheartedly and second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Usually what we would do is start with the maker of the motion, although I heard an awful lot of arguments already in the motion, but I just want to ask Councilmember Lewis if you have anything additional to add before I move on.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I also, Councilmember Wyatt, I also heard a bit of argument there. So I would intend to move on unless you have anything additional that you want to add.
No, I've said what I needed to say. I'm very much in support of this.
Okay, that would bring me then to Councilman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that was an interesting series of comments by Councilmember Lewis. What she doesn't point out is Harvey Dillon is a very well-respected civil liberties attorney. She fought for Ann Coulter's First Amendment right to speak at Berkeley when it was being taken away from her. And one of the things she also left out is she also sued the city of San Clemente and won because they were trying to change their public comment policies. And so she takes on all civil liberties. It's not just the Republican or the conservative view. She's very, very, very well known, and she's very good at what she does. So, and I heard it at the end. I heard Councilmember Lewis say exactly what I've been talking about. Government is always willing to take your liberties, and you better be ready to stand up and fight for them, because once they're gone, they're incredibly hard to get back. And that's what's going on. Nobody's saying that these protesters should stand up and not use social distancing. Absolutely, they should. Should they have to wear a mask? I don't know about that. So that's one of the things we can talk about. I don't know if I support it all the way or not. I'm not exactly sure we should be mandating it because, quite frankly, there's no way for us to enforce it. But I have been talking to Vicki McMurtry over at the chamber, and we've had quite a few conversations about how should the city go about reopening businesses. And it's absolutely my opinion. You have to let the businesses figure this out on their own. They usually will. They'll do a good job of it because it's important to them that they can get a customer in and maintain it. And the only way they're going to be able to do that is create policies and procedures that will put the public at ease and make them comfortable to come in. Now the chamber has done that. They're going to roll that out tomorrow to their membership. I've had a chance to read it. It's very comprehensive. It talks a lot about what we've been talking about, wearing masks. And quite frankly, if a private business demands that you wear a mask to come in, by all means, that's their prerogative. And if you don't want to wear a mask, then you don't have to go in. They do not have to let you in. So I think we have to leave it there instead of saying, okay, everybody in the city, if you go outside, has to wear one. You're already starting to see it at Costco. We just heard from Councilmember Lewis. She sees it all over the place. There are people already practicing this. And I'm not sure what we gain by trying to force it on people, because people don't want to do it, aren't going to do it anyway. Let the businesses handle it. You know, I was on social media listening to people say, let's cancel our Costco memberships. Let's boycott Costco. I'm like, that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing you can do. They're trying to keep their people safe. They're trying to keep you safe. And if you don't like it right now, then don't go. I mean, it's absolutely your prerogative. But boycotting a company that is just trying to do the right thing in their opinion, I just don't agree with. And I think it's a bad move. However, yeah, I also don't think it's the right place for the city of Dana Point to sweep in and say, you will all wear masks. This goes back to my earlier comments of herd immunity, right? We have different age groups that should have different requirements on them. We have to start getting some of this stuff into our system so we can build up antibodies to it and start fighting these things off. If we sit inside, we lower our immunities. It's well known, and it's not something that needs to be debated here. I actually have a degree in science, and I can talk a lot about the laboratory side of this. I'm not talking about the medical side. I'm talking about the testing and the effects of this. I can't talk about that because I lived it for years. And so, you know, I'm not an expert on it by any means, and I'm not claiming to be, but I understand what's going on and what these doctors are talking about. And I'm not exactly sure who you want us to listen to, because there are people on both sides of this argument. They're all medical doctors, highly regarded PhD scientists, and they have different opinions about it. So I get that you like what's going on and you want to listen to them, but there's always a counter view to this. And sometimes that view might be correct. It's something we need to listen to instead of saying, no, we're just going to listen to these folks over here. I think that's a bad position. I think it's a bad position for politicians to be in. I try to listen to both sides. I don't always agree, but I do respect their opinion. And I respect what my fellow council members are saying here tonight. I just may not agree with all of it. And and I know they don't agree with me. That was very clear tonight. And I respect their position on that. So for me, I think we need, in terms of opening up and the motion in front of us, I don't think I'm going to support the motion yet, because I think the city needs to take a look at what our businesses are going to do. And if they're going to mandate that you wear a mask coming in, that's their prerogative. And then our public has the choice to honor it or not. And if they don't, they won't be able to come out and go to the shops anyway. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I can't help but say I spent a lot of time in Southwest Asia, and the average high temperature in Tehran in February is 52 degrees, and the average low is 36 degrees. To my point that I also want to trust the scientists, medical professionals, and those in public health. And if they tell us that mandatory masks requirement to move forward, then I would support this. I'm not opposed to this. I wear a mask everywhere I go out in public. If I go into a business, I wear a mask. And so I understand the responsibility to do it, but I just don't see the necessity at this point to mandate it. And then the next discussion is enforce it, right? I do think that the best mechanism right now are allowing our businesses to decide. They have every right to require a mask for their customers, and I would absolutely personally support any decision they made. But I'm just not comfortable supporting this now based on what San Diego did, without more direction from more public health professionals.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll start by saying I have to admit I'm not exactly aware of what San Diego did. I don't have a copy of the policy or what they did. I'm going to assume it was simply mandating everyone wear a mask when they leave their home, which I think is the intent of the motion. And some of the things I was going to say were already said. I mean, this is an issue of public health, and is this something that politicians should sit on the dais and mandate, or should we listen to what the public health officials are telling us? As Mayor Pro Tem Federico said, if that is the direction we're getting, we don't have a public health agency here in Dana Point. But if we are hearing that from someone higher, then, I think that's something that we would then follow. But for the five of us to sit here and mandate it, I don't think is what we should be doing. We have people to make these decisions that are either higher up from us, or people on our staff will consult and bring back recommendations. But, at this point, it also raises the issue of enforcement, which has already been brought up. How would we enforce this if we mandated it? I think most people are aware of what's going on right now. And, when they go out, if they go into a business, again, I don't want to just repeat what everyone has said, but if they go into a business, if the business wants to mandate it, then the business can do that. So I understand the reason that the motion was made, but I'm not in favor of the government stepping in here to mandate this with the where we're at right now. So I'm not going to vote for the motion, and I think I've heard positions from everyone, so I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Lewis? Councilmember Lewis, you want to vote on this item?
Yes, yes,
Okay, thank you.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Miller?
No.
Councilmember Wyatt?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Federico?
No.
Mayor Vicsoric?
No. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you'd like to announce it.
That motion fails by the vote of 2-3 with Councilmember Miller, Mayor Pro Tem Federico, and Mayor Vicsoric voting no.
Okay, thank you. I guess we were going around the horn one more time. Has everyone, where were we? I guess the motion was made. We've discussed it. I don't believe there is any more to discuss on this. However, before I move on, I'm going to pause for 3 seconds and hear if any members want to comment any further. Hearing nothing.
This is Councilmember Wyatt. I just wanted to comment, while I appreciate that we have different age groups and they have different, susceptibility, our frontline workers spread across all age groups. So those people who are dealing with a lot of people, basically are in all age groups. And so they don't have a choice other than leaving their jobs of deciding, whether the people coming in and interacting with them wear a mask or not. So I don't want to discriminate older age groups out of being in the frontline workers in our grocery stores and restaurants and other things, because we feel like it isn't, that they don't need protected because the younger people they're dealing with don't want protected. I think that's something we need to continue to look at. I also think it just makes it a lot easier for our businesses to enforce their rules if the city is backing them up. And I think the health workers admitted that they made a mistake by not requiring by discouraging people who weren't showing symptoms from wearing a mask early. Now that we know that you can carry this virus days before you have a symptom, and in fact, you never have them in days afterward, and never know that you're the spreader. So if you don't take the view that everybody has it, and that they all need to keep from spreading it from them to the others that they're interacting with, we've been short-sighted. So I think we need to continue to work with our businesses to help them protect, and may likely need to revisit this again. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and Councilmember
Mayor?
Lewis. And by the way, what I'm going to refer to is, I know obviously the vote has been taken. We do, I think, permit brief statements to explain your votes. If for some reason what you said during your argument, you wanted to further expand on what you said. So and I think that is what Councilman Wyatt just did. Having said that, Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, and I will be brief. The CDC says wear masks. I defy anybody to find a health expert that says masks are not necessary and that masks do nothing for safety. And in terms of taking leadership, my goodness, we seem so impotent up here. We just heard about we have to take leadership for the beaches. Well, we have to take leadership to protect our residents. And my last comment is, if we can't enforce our own rules, I don't even know why we're here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything further from any other council member? Hearing none, we will close this item and move on to item 9, recouping costs under weed abatement program. This is an item that was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Lewis, so I will turn to her for her report. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, and I will be brief. It's getting late. This just came about because of the weed abatement program discussion last time. And yes, we as a city charge people when the city has to go onto their property and actually physically abate the weeds. My question to city staff at that point was, well, what if we do these things, send letters, go around and see what lots need weed abatement, write the letters, spend the staff time, and it doesn't go to the point of physically having to do weed abatement. Are we charging for those services? And the answer was no. So I'm just trying to augment the policy with this motion that anytime the staff spends time on weed abatement, whether it goes all the way through to physically abating or just having to send out notices, which ultimately get someone to do what they're supposed to do without us doing all that work, that we just add that to our policy. The first letter doesn't have to be a bill. The first letter says, here's your notice and pay by X date, and here is the charge that you need to pay. So it could be a very pro forma, simple routine, but my point was that residents should not be subsidizing this process. The government code allows the city to be fully reimbursed. The city figures out all of this information anyway, how much staff time is being put in, how much it costs. So I just want to augment the policy so that it covers everyone, whatever stage they comply with. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, I do have one public comment for this item, and it is from Tony Nelson. And it begins with, I support Councilmember Lewis's motion to recoup all costs associated with weed abatement. There are about 240 names on the list attached to the agenda report. Many of those names are out-of-town owners and investors who may have little incentive to worry about the state of their properties. Unkept, weedy properties can cause an unsightly nuisance for Dana Point residents, potentially reducing property values and the resultant property property taxes. The staff time associated with weed abatement, all the paperwork, follow-up, collection, etc., is likely considerable. Citizens who do take care of their property should not be subsidized for any costs associated with neglectful owners. It is entirely appropriate and legal to charge a fee for this necessary maintenance service. This subject reminds me of the development fee study that was done some years ago, which discovered that Dana Point was not recouping total costs associated with development. The consultant estimated we were losing up to $2 million a year. Apparently, the fees had not been adjusted for 20 years. I found that shocking and wondered if there are other fees that are similarly have not been adjusted. Even then, council was reluctant to adjust the fees and opted to increase them in 3 increments. I'm not even sure if the recommended increases were ever actually implemented. $2 million in costs that should have been recouped from the developers were instead subsidized by all residents. I find that pretty appalling. Perhaps the city manager can provide an update on this tonight. During this health crisis, which has become for many, including our city, a financial crisis, it's important that Dana Point operates as frugally and efficiently as possible. I think most citizens would be very supportive of your efforts to recoup the full cost of weed abatement, development fees, and any other services provided by the city. If nothing else, a fee for weed abatement noticing might serve as an incentive for owners to keep on top of weeds, creating a more beautiful Dana Point at the same time you just recoup all the cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments, Madam Clerk?
No other comments on this item.
Okay, with that then, I will close public comment. I'll bring it back to the council and ask if there's a motion.
I'm sorry, the motion was to augment the already existing weed abatement policy to include the fees incurred regardless of what stage a property owner complies.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Councilmember Wyatt. I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Lewis, you have the opportunity to speak first if there's anything else you'd like to add.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Wyatt.
Yeah, so I found this intriguing. I'm not sure yet about all the parts of it. So I understand the issue. What I'm not sure of that I think we need to drill down a little further on is there's a process of going through code enforcement in all of our codes, right? That we do to notify people and go through. So at some level of this work seems like anytime we came across the code enforcement issue that we noticed the business person or whatever about it. And when we do that, when we send that notice out, we don't send a bill with it. So there's some portion of this, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be covered in overhead, by the way, because again, I think our fee structure allows us to take the overhead of the organization that does the work to do this, and back. So we should look at it in some fashion. So I'm not saying that the city should necessarily do all of this for free, but I think it needs to be consistent. So, however, as you go through the follow-on processes after the first notice, if you have to do further, then I think we really do need to look at the costs incurred once the notice of enforcement doesn't result in action being taken without further follow up on the cities. So I'm not sure exactly where we start applying a fee, but I'm only concerned here that on the very first notice, that would be inconsistent with every other notice of a code violation that we send out to do it just on weeds. So I think if we look at how we do this and how we recover costs for code enforcement, at least at that part, it needs to be very consistent. So across our various codes in terms of first step, next step, et cetera, so that we have some point in time that says, okay, these are going to, if you don't adhere to this, and we have to send you a second notice or third notice or do other things, there's a charge for that. So we would prefer that you should prefer to take care of it right away as opposed to get the charge. But anyway, so I think this is worth a real dialogue with somebody to go through and make consistent with the rest of our city policies and uncover other policies where recovering the cost should apply, and then also look at how much overhead the department has that maybe gets spread across all the fees that come out of code enforcement. So I think this is a worthy topic and a worthy issue to get corrected. So I like the idea that we pick one and we said we need to correct it. I think we need to do it more broadly. That's my only concern, and very consistently. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you very much, Councilman Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple questions. Councilmember Wyatt just kind of covered one in terms of why are we only looking at one code violation to do this on and not all of them. Not sure that I support that, but my first question is, how much more, Mr. Killebrew, how much money are we talking about?
So I think
In
a
terms
little
of cost
bit
recovery
of
per violation.
a little bit of explanation will help put into context my answer. So right now there's north of 200 properties that ended up into our hearing process for potential weed abatement. It's been the city's standard operating policy, if you will, at least since I've been here, and I believe probably for over 20 years at a minimum, that the property owners that don't end up complying on their own with our notice letters saying that their weeds are a nuisance, it's the ones where we actually have to go in and abate the nuisance by hiring a contractor to go in and clear the weeds. Those properties do pay their portion of the administrative costs. It's important to know that we can only charge our actual costs. So when we go into this process and we start using staff time, not only to look at all the properties, to get them onto a list, and then obviously administrative time to put the letters together, put envelopes with stamps and get them in the mail. There's a whole process to that. Historically, it's only the few folks, the 8 to 12, I believe is a typical number each year, that don't end up clearing the weeds themselves through this process, that end up getting about a $45 to $55 bill tacked on to the cost for our contractor to clear their weeds. When you apply the whole 240 on the initial letter we send out, the 240 properties, our total cost for that first phase with the administrative time and code enforcement time is about, I will say, $5,000 this year. And when you spread it out over the 240 or so properties, the first phase ends up, actually it's closer to $4,000, ends up being about $20 for each of the properties that we could actually bill on this initial letter. And then there's additional staff time that goes into working with getting the second notices out and hiring the contractor and coordinating the work that creates the costs up to upwards of, I'll say another $25, because you're only dealing with about 10 properties at that point in time. So we're talking about, for the first letter, if we were to send it out to everybody, we'd try and recoup about a little over $4,000 this year.
Okay, and that's about the same as our cost.
That's our staff time to manage the process.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. That what we're covering would just cover up. You're saying that the staff costs about $4,000
Correct.
for the year, or was it 5,000? You're kind of breaking up. I'm having a hard time
It
hearing.
depends. I know our new code enforcement manager or community development manager took over the process this year and was able to streamline it quite a bit. So he found a couple $100,000 in staff time savings getting this project done.
So I guess my question is it worthwhile for us to do? How much is it going to cost us to try to collect that?
There would be additional costs tracking all the billings and then trying to follow up on collections and getting the checks in the mail and getting them processed through deposit. So I don't know what that cost is, but if I'm dealing with over 200 billings and collections, setting up a little routine to get that done, there will be some additional costs that would have to be factored into these billings.
Okay, so it's actually going to, just off the top of my head, it sounds like it's going to cost us more to implement it than it is what we're going to collect.
We would be shooting for break
Legitimate? I
even.
can't hear you.
We would be shooting for break even as far as billings and collections, but it would be consuming existing staff time that would otherwise be spent doing something else. So there's a balance in there. We're not to me, this isn't a money discussion. It's more of a letting people know that when they're not taking care of their properties, there is some penalty to pay. So hopefully over time, we would get this list down. If folks show up on this list every year, it might help us to manage the number of people we have to deal with, and we might have some, a higher number of compliance than what we're seeing right now.
Okay, so we don't even know. I guess I'm a little, first of all, concerned about this, but at some point, I think your taxes that you pay to a city should cover some of this cost. We're not all break even on everything, and why do we say because somebody drove by, we saw, property that had weeds, and we have to send you a letter, then all of a sudden I got to charge you staff time for that. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If we have to go out and abate that, I absolutely agree we should be collecting that fee, but I think we should provide some service to our community, and especially on this case where it sounds like it's going to ultimately cost us more than we're going to recover, and we're charging it to somebody that once they get the notice of violation, they're complying. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with that. I think if they comply, they rectified the issue and they should be fine. So I was one that voted against the fee increases because I believe staff that your property tax buys some staff time for you. It doesn't all have to be break even. So, especially on this where it sounds like we're not even going to break even. I don't think I'd support this, but I'd like to hear from everybody else. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Federico.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I support the idea of this. I'm just not sure I like the implementation. It seems to me like there are a few pitfalls in here, one of which Councilmember Miller just brought up, and one of which Councilmember Wyatt brought up. So I have a question for the city attorney. Mr. Munoz, is it legal to fine someone prior to notice?
No.
Put you on the spot.
The answer is no. The scheme that we use to deal with weed abatement is called out specifically in the government code. And the government code provisions require that certain notice be provided, that the council adopt a resolution. Once a resolution has been adopted, you have the authority to go ahead and recover the cost you incur, even if the individual property owner does their own abatement. But that is because, getting to your question, Councilmember, through the resolution process, there is also a notice process that's required. we can't make up our own process, I guess is what I'm getting at. We have to follow the process that's laid out in the government code.
Right. Gotcha. And I think, thank you. And it sounds to me like if this motion were passed as stated, we might be asking to find people prior to actually providing them notice because, so I think in Mr. Killebrew, if we gave this to the staff, could you guys look at this and find a way to recoup as much as possible of the costs of the program through some different fee and fine structure if we gave this to you to sort out instead of us trying to sort it out?
Yes, we would definitely get into the details on this to ensure that we would be recovering full costs. But I want to go back to a conversation I had with Council Member Lewis on this matter a week or so ago, that the money part of this was part of the discussion, and it seems to be taking up the bulk of the time. But my sense from the council member also that an important component of this, of her interest in this topic, was to gain better compliance citywide and year-round with folks taking care of their property, so we don't end up with a list of 250 names at the end of the year of folks that aren't in compliance with the weed ordinance at that point in time. So I've already started challenging staff with looking at some ways that we could augment the way we've done things so that there's might be more points throughout the year, because weeds don't just show up in April and May, even though those are that is the time of the year following the rains that we have most of the weeds. But throughout the year, there are also other times when properties would get out of compliance, and we'd challenge staff to look at ways to have compliance notices going out throughout the year that we can fold into this ordinance process so that it isn't just a once a year process. I mean, we can gain better compliance year round for more people.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I understand. And we've got a code enforcement strategy that we can lean on. I think based on what I'm hearing, if Council Member Lewis would be open to this, I'd like to make a substitute motion that says that we give direction to staff to review the weed abatement program and create a structure whereas or as much as reasonably possible, the fees of the program are recouped, and that we look for a strategy to reduce the overall number of properties that get notice via the weed abatement program.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Hopefully everyone just heard that. I will ask if there is a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, if I may, I can make that an amended motion if Ms. Lewis is open to it.
Either way, I will first ask Councilmember Lewis if you are open to that amendment.
Am I on mute here? Let me just check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm open to that, but I just want to clarify, Mr. Mueller, the cost of recoup, the government code allows the total cost recoup. So it's like saying, if I use goods or services and the bill is less than, $200, father sending me a bill, it's only $30, and if you don't think it's worth sending the bill when you bought something, when you use something, when you use a service, even under that logic. But yes, I'm open to amending it, letting the city staff look into it and report back to us. But I would like a time certain so that it's just not hanging out there. What, 30 days? 60 days? I don't care.
Okay, so I don't know if that goes back to Mayor Pro Tem Federico, but I guess, have a question. The way I'm understanding this shaping up, is this
more direction to the staff to look into it. The actual motion is, and I'm getting a head nod from staff. So, Mayor Pro Tem Federico, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll clean up the amended motion. Mr. Killebrew, what is practical or feasible for the staff to bring something back to the council? Is 60 days fair? I understand there's a lot going on right now.
My staff that's in the back of the room, socially distanced, is shaking their head. Yes, 60 days is enough.
Okay.
Then I'll.
Okay, well, let me ask Mayor Pro Tem Federico, I think I understand. Let me ask Councilmember Lewis then, if that's acceptable, and in which case that direction would be given to the staff, and there would be no motion tonight. Councilmember Lewis?
Yes, that's acceptable. It's coming back in 60 days with their proposal. That'd be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I guess in that case, we have completed this item. That brings us to the end of the agenda, where we are at staff reports. I will ask the city manager if he has a staff report.
I do not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
I apologize. I had an email come in.
No need to apologize. I'm asking staff reports if you have anything.
Thank you. I lost track of where we were. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, this is the adjournment section, but we still have several items to discuss in closed session. So we will not be adjourning at this point. Rather, we will be recessing back into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I have a
yes.
few more public comments if you'd like me to read
We
them.
have a few more public comments. Okay. How many more public comments do we have?
It looks like I have 3 of them.
Okay. All right, at this point, I will exercise that discretion. We'll reopen public comments. And we'll go ahead and read those 3. If you could start the timer, please, when appropriate.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second here. Let me get lined up because I have them in several spots. Okay, this public comment is from Penny Maynard, Mayor Vic Sorick, and members of the City Council. In light of the challenges the Dana Point business community and residents are living through right now, we have developed a website to help local business transition until all is back toward normal. We present it as another option of the many that are already out there. We've begun with the Dana Point Lantern District, and we'll be adding the Dana Point Harbor, Capitol Beach, Monarch Beach, and the local shopping centers. The website is retail2go.danapoint.com, where local retail businesses, including restaurants, are listed. This website listing is completely free and has been developed as a service to assist local businesses that are choosing to remain open. Many also have other social media options to encourage customers that you will see on their websites. Most of these businesses provide curbside pickup, while others also provide delivery service. Some provide both. Many of their websites show these options along with showcasing their products, menus, and list of their services. There are a few businesses you'll need to call, but most are ramping up their online presence. To be added on this free website, email info@retail2go.danapoint.com with your information and photo of your business storefront. When Dana Point gradually opens for business, there may be still limits for customers with requirement for social distancing. This site will provide a venue for the transition period to full occupancy. On another matter, since it appears most of the Dana Point City Council supports some manner of opening up Dana Point, it is my personal belief that the City Council should set an example beginning by allowing a limited number of members of the public while maintaining social distancing to attend these meetings. As to the presence of city council members, there may be a way to configure space for them in the council chambers that includes social distancing. Just a thought, in order that the city council may lead by example. Thank you and be safe. Penny Maynard. All right. The next one I have to read is from Karen at Beechwood. And she says, across the street from Beechwood, there has been a blue truck, and she also sent pictures, which I can't show at this time. The man I've seen in the truck was making his home in the sewage area before the city corrected that entire area and moved park vehicle access way from the sewage area previously hidden by parked cars for at times 3 people to live in the sewage area. I was told that if the city offers an overnight camper in one's vehicle or on the curb, sidewalk, and or making their homes in bushes, or just by virtue of walking through their trailer parks all day and night, that they must accept accommodations or have to move on. Please let me know how that works here via email. That man lives in his truck, and my guess only is that his stinky boots are airing out there by the chain link, and that his bathroom and or when he necessitates an evening breeze and other activities, he's hanging out in that overgrown area. And then she has another picture attached. I don't know how he makes his money. However, I am aware that there are laws that may protect the residents of Dana Point and Capistrano Beach from campers that are not in designated camping spots. There needs to be law enforcement, AKA eyes on all portions of Dana Point, please. Honestly, once notice was finally taken of the people spending the night in the sewage area, a tremendous amount of work and expense was necessitated by the city to make the area right. Please, 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 why does the man continue to live and take ownership of the area where my neighbors' families park their vehicles and pay enormous space rents and or mortgages immediately across from the street from his camping areas? The governor can't see here under our noses if anyone is paying attention to what our city officials may choose to have control over. It cannot be healthy for this man to live here or live there. And then she signs Karen from Beechwood. Now I have one other comment from Liz Rice. Thank you for fighting for our beaches. It has been the only thing that has kept me sane with 3 little kids under 5 years old. We look forward to our nearly daily walks and just watching the ocean. I really was impressed with how Dana Point handled the closure orders. It made me proud to be a Dana Point resident. Please try to keep beaches open for us moms. It's the only place I can sit and watch the kids play. I understand recreational use, but moms need a break to sit. Thank you, Liz. That's all I have for regular public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close public comment and we will recess into closed session.
this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people. Your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people. Your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review in our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsoric, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again. Hi, this is Richard Vicsorik, Mayor of Dana Point. As we navigate these uncharted waters, Dana Point residents and businesses have proven to be resilient. While we can't gather together at our favorite beaches, shops, restaurants, or trails, our connections remain strong. Now is the time to think of one another and find new ways to connect, lift each other up, and assist our neighbors in any way we can. Remember to shop local, purchase gift cards, post a kind review, book future excursions and staycations, and order your favorite meal to go to support our business community, as they have supported our community and our families for many years. Remember, behind your favorite shops, restaurants, and businesses are people, your own neighbors, friends, and family who work tirelessly to provide goods and services for all of us. While riding the waves of change and staying apart for now, we look forward to the near future when we'll be together again.